Hello, people. Okay, let's get started. All right, we have quite a bit of work to do. If you are here and you're not already on my Patreon, I just released the files for the HC model kit today, so those are available for patrons over there right now. But I figured I've been working on just kind of getting mine painted up so I can get some, product shots and whatnot for my shops. But I am, of course, doing it the hard way. I'm painting three of them at once because I wanted to make all three variants. Because while I also want to have some good stuff for some pictures, I am also a big fan of Armored Core 6. So I'm going to paint three of these myself. I'm going to make the warrant officers version or the enforcement version, which is like a little bit lighter of blue. The standard, kind of like the close combat one with the laser sword, it's going to be just a little bit darker shade of blue. And then I'm making the arquebus one, which is kind of like that. Um, I don't even know what kind of color. It's not black. You'd think it's black, but it's almost like it's more like a brownish black. But I am, or brownish gray rather. But yeah, so I'm painting three of them. So I'll switch over to my desk cam and warning, it's a lot of pieces that are laying on my desk that need to be painted. Luckily, none of the painting scheme of these units, they're not super complicated. They're like maybe 4 colors total for the entire kit. I mean, of course, one of those colors is going to change based on what version you're making, but to make them game accurate, it's not too much going on. What's going on, man? Thanks for coming by. But yeah, I'm just gonna kind of, just like with my Ibis stream, when I was painting that, I'm just gonna kind of put on some of YouTube's DMCA free music. I'm just gonna kind of put that on, just have it kind of running in the background while I work on painting some stuff, and just hang out and chat, talk. If anybody has any questions they want to ask me or anything they want to bring up, it's a good time. We're just gonna sit here and just kind of chill, relax, and paint some models. But if I highly doubt that this is going to be done, in the stream. Once I switch over the top camera, you'll see what I mean. It's a lot of pieces, but just in case I get a little too stir crazy, you might pop on a game or something and play that. Or I actually got the two newer weapon sets for the 30-minute missions. I got weapon set 3 and 4. I still need to build those, so maybe we'll do that. I don't know, but I try to just focus on painting some stuff for now. I have something around 2:30-ish, I want to say, that I might have to hop off for a minute, just kind of probably just let some music play in the background. I gotta go meet somebody, but I'll just be gone for like maybe 10 minutes. But just warning, if you're around for that, I might just kind of put the stream on kind of like a, we'll be right back, and then have some music playing. But yeah, so we're gonna stream for a few hours. I want to apologize. I don't know if you can hear it in the background, but my wife has some ducklings in the living room in a little container, so they're peeping like crazy. She's got 5 little ducklings that she's raising up, and they're obviously it's the middle of the day here, so they're very 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 noisy. So hopefully I have my audio turned down enough that you can't hear them. But let me go ahead and turn on my overhead camera. Let's see. That's not the right one. Here we are. Hello. Yeah, a lot of pieces. This is actually not all of the pieces either. There's more that needs to be painted. I already did the basic painting. I airbrushed on all the basic colors like the gray, that kind of brownish gray that I had to custom mix for this color for the Arquebus HC. And then I got kind of like a darker type of medium blue that I was going to do for the kind of close combat one. And then we have the lighter blue that I'm using for the just kind of standard, like the laser rifle variant. But there's actually more parts that I have on a separate table over here to my left. I've got a bunch of stuff over here that I'm going to need to paint too. But like I said, a lot of these parts are just like tiny little detail paintings that I want to do. And this is 3 kits, by the way. This is 3 of them. But like a lot of these, like these are the knee joint parts. This little detail in the center, I'm just going to paint that probably like a little metallic color. So it's just a lot of like little tiny things. So in like the first 30 minutes to an hour of me painting, I'm probably going to clear like half of this table. So, but some of the different parts here actually need quite a bit of paint. But we will work on that. Disarm and withdraw from a closure area immediately. But no, you don't understand. The HC is cutting edge. HC with the blue laser blade and is the senior officers. Yep, correct. I think it's listed in the official manual. I always refer to this thing. I use this a lot for when I'm actually making the models and painting them. But I think I actually have a bookmark here. It's called, yeah, you're right, the senior officer spec. And then the enforcement officer spec. Which, by the way, if you don't have this book, this thing's awesome. This thing's fantastic. Got some really cool stuff in here. It's the official pilot's manual. If you can find them. I don't know if they're still available. I got it when it came out on Amazon. But, yeah. So, let's see. Let me get some music playing. Hopefully it doesn't end up being too loud. Because I don't want it to pick up on my mic double. Like I said, I'm just going to use the YouTube audio library and just kind of put something on random. So if it ends up being shit music, we'll just tab through it. Because regardless of what channel I use for copyright free music, my streams always, every single time, get copyright claimed. I don't know why, but it is quite annoying. So let's see what we got here. Oops. It's picking up on my mic. I have to turn down my mic sensitivity a little bit. So that I can hear it. I'm gonna put that in the background a little bit more. Alright. And of course, if the audio seems kind of screwy, please let me know. Because I can't exactly hear what you guys are hearing. So, y'all are going to be able to tell me if I need to change anything. Okay, so, let's see. I'm just going to get the basic stuff painted first. So, I need a light gray. I'll have some natural gray. How about some, I don't know if I want to use steel, maybe gunmetal. We'll get some, that's my airbrush mixed German gray. There's some German gray, got some black, some white for the coloration, some red. What else do we need? Right. So my blues and my gunmetals. I am using, just because I know someone's going to ask, I like to use the Vallejo model color. It's really good to hand paint with, but it's also really good to thin and using an airbrush. And then I have a whole bunch of this cheap, kind of crappy Tamiya paint. I'm not a big fan of Tamiya, but I gotta get through all this paint. I have a whole kind of rotating table of Tamiya paints back here that I've had for years that I'm just slowly getting through. Okay, let's see. I've got this overhead light here. Whenever I turn it on, for some reason, it kind of blows out the camera. If it's too bad, let me know. I can turn it down a little bit. Yeah, it doesn't look the greatest. Maybe that's a little better. I gotta be able to see though. I'll leave it like that. I have a secondary light over here. Maybe. Whoa, that's way too bright. Maybe that'll do it. Okay. My microphone all situated. This stream brought to you by the PCA. All right. Thank you for showing up, everybody. I appreciate it. Let's see. Get all my paintbrushes. What the hell? Not that song. Maybe that one. Like I said, I don't know if this music is going to be any good, but I'd rather not have to deal with getting copyright strikes out of the way after I post these streams. Okay. Got that. I'm looking for there's my thinner. I should have had this all set up beforehand, but you know, I just kind of last minute decided to stream this, so why not? Alright, let's get some of these little basic things out of the way first. So I'll do the little parts that need that light gray in those joints. So we'll do, these are the elbow joints, at least the outer part of those. We'll get those. And then we'll get the outer part of the knee joints. And again, if the music is too loud or obnoxious, just let me know, because I can barely hear it in the background, but it's probably a lot louder for you guys. Yeah, I turned it down quite a bit, just in case. These are the shoulder joints. Those all need that color. I think that'll be pretty good. That is a true AC6 soundtrack. I'm trying to listen to it. I can barely hear it because I don't have it I don't have it playing too loud on my speakers because it picks up on my microphone. I can barely hear it though. We need, I gotta decide if I want to do it in more of like a metallic, or if I want to do it in just kind of like a base gray color. I'm thinking more of a base gray color, and then I might use metallic for like the thrusters and whatnot. Let's see. You're the guy who made the MTs. I am the guy who made the MTs. I am the guy that has been making pretty much all the stuff. I think that the only other person that's making Armored Core 6 model kits, anyways. I think that he's on Twitter. He's in Japan. He does hobby shows and whatnot. But as far as I know, I'm the only other person that's making these models. Okay. So I think I'm just gonna go with the light gray. Light gray should be good. Again, I'm just gonna try to get some of these parts out of the way to make room for when I paint the bigger stuff. And I'm just gonna kind of paint these, and I'm gonna set them aside on my table over here just to get them out of the way. Actually, I might need to get a sharper brush because this one's a little funky. Let me buy you some paint. I mean, sure, man. There's a donation link in the description. I keep forgetting to mention that whenever I stream. There's a donate link in the description. It should be like the first thing. If you feel like, you feel like doing that, that's, I'd appreciate it. I don't have my channel's in the process of being monetized. YouTube is taking absolutely forever to do it, so I can't get super chats yet. But hopefully that will happen soon. Just quickly getting through these tiny little detail pieces. I know that you probably can't really see what I'm painting too well because I kind of do it away a little bit because I don't want you to just see the top of my head. Because I have some of the worst what is it, posture? Like I hunch over whenever I paint. I look like a whole ass gremlin. I think everybody kind of does that though. We're doing it for the AC community. Yeah, I mean I'm obsessed with Armored Core, man. I absolutely love Armored Core. I started, I don't know if you've seen any of my previous streams, but I started playing Armored Core 2 just because I haven't played the older gen games. Like, I haven't played Gen 1, 2, or 3. I played everything past that. But I started emulating Armored Core 2, and I've been having a blast doing that on stream. But I have the reason I went to Armored Core 2 rather than just starting from the beginning is because somebody actually commissioned me to make Leos Klein's AC. So I've been working on that. And I'm getting pretty close to being done with it too. I am working on the main body now. I've finished all of the. What the hell? That's not DMCA free. Neither is that. What the heck? Hold on. This thing started playing DMCA stuff. Like I can't play that on my stream. Anyways, yes, I am finishing up Leos Klein's AC. I just have to do the legs and the arms at this point, but I finished all of the weapons. And I did a couple extra weapons too, but those are going to be available on my Patreon too. Uh, they just came out on PS5. What just came out on PS5? Did I miss something? Yes, I do commissions. My commissions are closed right now though, because I'm finishing up this Leos Klein one, and then I have somebody that has been waiting for a while for me to do a commission for them. But I'll eventually open them back up. Let's see. If you add some different weapons, you can make the Klein fake as well. Haha, I'm way ahead of you. I may or may not have already decided to do that. AC1. Wait, AC1 just came out on PS5? Oh, right, because they're having all of the old games come out on their PlayStation Plus or whatever. I wonder, do they have updated controls on that, or is it still legacy controls? Because I play on PC, so I just emulate everything. I wasn't gonna go out of my way to do that, but I'd be curious because the controls for the older gen games are rough. But luckily on emulators you can change all of that. So I wonder if they did like kind of like how Nintendo with Metroid Prime when they did the remaster of that, they modernized the controls a little bit. Custom controls, but playing with the classic. Oh yeah, power to you, man. I tried to do the classic controls, and I just couldn't do it with the triggers being the looking up and down. I couldn't do it. My brain was like I was having an aneurysm trying to figure it out. Yeah, I still haven't played the first gen games. I haven't finished Armored Core 2 yet just because I decided I was only gonna play that on stream. So I might, if I get a chance to, I might stream that again. I think only one more stream should be enough to finish the game, I think. Because from what I was looking at, like the guide I was using, it looks like I'm getting towards the end, I think. So there's all the elbow joints done. Twin stick setup on Nexus might feel better for you. Yeah, I mean, luckily I was able to kind of get it figured out for emulating 2. But it's funny how they when they made that game they were like, oh yeah, that's how you should pilot a mech. There's people that like stand by those controls. I don't get it. Saw people on Reddit saying that that's how you get the most precise control or whatever, and I'm like, I don't know. But you know what? It's probably a skill issue. I find it funny that a lot of people get pissed off when you say that skill issue. I mean, I know it's supposed to be like a offensive thing to say to tell somebody to get better, but like honestly, if I have a problem and somebody tells me it's a skill issue, then I'm like, you know what, you're right. Let me try. But then again, I like punishing games like Dark Souls and Elden Ring and Sekiro and all that, so. UCL controls at this point. Yeah, I mean, I can see how you can adjust to it. I mean, honestly, I hear a lot of people say that just like like from Armored Core 4, For Answer, Verdict Day, and all that, just the fact that you have multiple weapons like on different buttons. I've heard people say that in general is just kind of hard to get accustomed to. I mean, to, you know, people like us that play that type of game all the time, it's kind of second nature at this point. But like a couple of my friends and my wife really struggle to play Armored Core 6 just because they have to like there's certain people that play like with, you know, there's like the setup of like the hook where you play with just like your fingers, and then there's like me, which I do like this. I clasp the triggers and the bumpers at the same time, so I'm able to, you know, fire whatever I need at whenever when I'm playing Armored Core 6 or 4 or whatever. But like my wife plays with the hook, so she has to like move her fingers to hit the different buttons. So oh, is that picking up on the mic? Let me turn it down a little more. Hopefully it's not picking up too much now. I'm trying to watch my audio levels while I'm doing this. Might have to thin my paints a little bit. Are you going to sell this model kit? Yes, I am. Yep, I will be selling this as soon as I am able to post some pictures of my copies, because I always like to have my copies painted up so that I can display them. But as soon as I'm done painting these and I have time to record a video for YouTube and post pictures and whatnot, the listing will usually go up around the same time. But I haven't decided how much these are going to be yet. The Ibis was about, I think I had it for 65. These kits are a bit more material, and there are a ton of different weapons options and stuff. So much like the MT kits, you're going to be able to select the main body, and then there will be a drop down where you can pick what weapons that you want. So if you want like 2 laser rifles, or, you know, pulse cannons and 2 shields, or whatever, however you want to customize your HC, you'll be able to do that. So I have to price that out accordingly. It's probably going to be close to the same price as Ibis. It might be a little bit more. We'll have to see, because these things are quite chunky. Ah, get off of there. There's a little bit of crud stuck to it. There we go. Do your commissions include paint? I don't. I don't do painted commissions just because I just don't have time for it. When I'm not streaming, I'm working, like, constantly. I'm always modeling stuff. That's why I've got a lot of people that ask, like, how do I put out these models so fast? How do I get them out so fast? The answer is, I have no life. This is all that I do. When I'm not streaming, I'm working on stuff, modeling or painting or whatnot. It took me like 2 days to airbrush all these parts, by the way. What do we got next? Let's get these parts. Oh, I forgot this, by the way. What is that hiding back there? There we go. I like how you offer something arguably better than 30-minute mission kits. I mean, yeah. I mean, that's the point, man. I am making myself kind of poor by not making them more expensive, but I mean, you know, I want people to enjoy these as much as I enjoy them. And honestly, I was making all of these for myself before I started selling them, like selling the files and selling the kits. And then one of my friends was like, people might like that stuff, and I started posting it on Reddit and Instagram and stuff, and people started to take a like to it. So I figured, why not? But I want people to enjoy this because not everybody has the patience or time to 3D model and print and test and do all of that themselves. So I just like to expedite it as much as possible while being honest with you guys and just making it as enjoyable experience as I can. Because the one thing that Armored Core has always been about is customization, and unfortunately, that does not really fit the marketing strategy a lot of times of the model companies. So they're gonna sell you a whole pack of shit that you don't want, even if you only want just like one little piece. So I would much rather just sell you the piece that you need. You'll have time soon enough. Once all the parts are modeled out, the rest is just mixing and matching. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's just a matter of me constantly working on something. I've got like 5 or 6 projects just that I'm working on that you guys don't even know about. I'm constantly doing something. I also need to find time to just play games again. Because I have, I mean, I'm sure, I don't know if you guys have played it yet, but Doom: The Dark Ages just came out, and I'm a huge Doom fan, and it is killing me that I have not had a chance to play it yet. I need these parts. Which, if you have played it, by the way, please do not spoil it for me. I mean, we already kind of know what happens because it's a prequel, but still. You're doing God's work. I'm doing my best. I asked for commission because of Giant Robot. You're playing the Doom game right now. I haven't heard anything good or bad about it yet because I have been avoiding anything about it because I don't want it to be spoiled. But I'm very excited to play that game. I just need to have time to do so. I think that maybe after I have all these HCs painted up, and I still need to make a video on my new weapon pack I just released. Once I start getting some of that cleared up, I might have time to play it. these parts actually still need a little more paint afterwards. You're going to need another color, so I'll set them back there. In contact with Lucas Dio at all? He's been modeling a lot after the classic AC parts. Are you talking about, he does, From Software to Hardware? Is that his name? Or he has a Patreon where he's been doing a lot of the parts. I've been following him on Twitter for a while, and I'm in his Patreon. I haven't printed any of his stuff, if that's who you're talking about. In that case, no, I'm not. I'm not in contact with anyone. I've just been kind of doing this myself. Hey, what's going on, man? P, nice to see you. Yeah, that's him. Yeah, he makes some really good stuff. I don't know if his stuff articulates or not, though. I think he makes statues. I don't know if they actually move around or not. But regardless, his sculpts are very, very well done. I saw that he was moving on to AC2 soon. I think he just finished all his stuff from first gen, which is impressive, because I think that took him like years to do. It's kind of why I've just kind of chose to stick with the late gen stuff, because I don't really want to step on other creators' feet. Because like he's been kicking ass with that, and I don't really have too much of an attachment to older gen stuff yet, anyways. Because I don't want to ever feel like I'm competing with somebody, because that's not the point. Have you ever thought of doing a kit from the original on Fang AC? I mean, again, maybe. I kind of just accidentally answered that question a little bit, but yeah, I mean, possibly. Like I said, I don't really have any attachment to the older gen stuff yet, because I haven't actually played the games. So outside of them being commissioned, right now anyways, probably not going to happen for a while. Even like I'm getting a little bit of an attachment to AC2 now because I'm playing it. But even then, my priority right now is Armored Core 6. So maybe in the future, I will say highly likely in the future. Unless I drop dead. Then maybe not so much. Ooh, man, those ducks are screaming in the background. I might have to go see if they knocked over their water. I don't know if you can hear them in the background or not. Hello, how are you? Thank you for coming by. We are painting not one, not two, but 3 HCs right now, which is why there is a ton of parts laid out on my desk. How have the joint tolerances been on these painted kits? I mean, they're decent. I use a 0.2 millimeter joint tolerance and fitting tolerance. So usually that's enough space for a layer of paint. And then they're usually pretty good. That being said, though, I don't like, I only kind of give the joints as an option of how to pose them. I don't really have the joints there for the purpose of like playing around with them and moving them. So they they're like a little bit loose before you paint, but afterwards they're usually nice and thickened up. I always glue mine, like after I make the videos for my kits and post pictures and stuff of them posed or not, whatnot, I always glue my models together in the pose that I want them to be. And then that's how I display them. I glue them together first. Because of course, you know, this is 3D printed resin. And, you know, it has a little bit of a flex to it, which a lot of times injection mold plastic doesn't have droopage or kind of last a little bit longer over time. But 3D printed resin, if it's not glued in place, especially on joints, will droop over time. So I just glue everything together. Do you plan on going through all the AC6 parts? I do, in fact. I do want to make all of the parts. I am over halfway on all of the weapons at this point now. I think I've made... I'll have to see. I think there's like 120 something parts in AC6 as far as like weapons. I think. Can't remember off the top of my head, but I've done like 70 of them, I think. But I plan on doing all the frame parts and whatnot. After I finish this HC, I think I'm in talks with somebody right now about a commission, but I think someone's going to commission an AC frame. So that will probably end up being the next frame. So I'll end up talking more about that when the time comes. But if that commission falls through, then there will be a poll that I will put up on Patreon, and then you guys can vote what the next AC frame is going to be. Is there a better material to use for 3D printing? I mean, not really. It's all just kind of different concoctions of resin is usually what I do. These are all printable on FDM, by the way. You just probably have to use a smaller model. Maybe on FDM they might, you know, they might be a little bit more rigid. But there's different types of resin that you can use. Usually harder resin means it's more more brittle, and it might crack over time from flex. Softer resin has a little bit more droopage. Usually it's not like a concern too much unless you go like huge models. So nothing that I make is ever going to really experience a lot of droopage. But if you're printing like huge stuff, like eventually when I eventually get around to making like the enforcement machine, I can't remember what it's called, the enforcer. I think it's literally what's called, the enforcer. If I ever get around to making that thing, it's pretty much going to entirely have to be in like FDM, just because it's going to be a big boy. What parts did your favorite AC that you have now? What parts did your favorite AC that you made? Okay, I mean, I still am not able to make my favorite build because I still need to make the Lammergeier and Knockdryer frame. And I like to use super speedy boys. I like high risk, high reward. So I still need the Lammergeier arms, and I need to make the... I think my main build that I uses the Lammergeier arms, head, and the... I think I use the I use the lamb torso as well. I use the lamb core, and then I think I use the Firmeza legs. Um, and then I usually do like dual ducats or etsujins, and then laser slicer. So I like to make it as fast and lightweight as I can. And I do that in like every AC game that I play. I always end up going with lightweight, super aggressive. Are there any other colors that I need to put on this thing? I think that's it. There's some fun custom parts people have made for mods in the game. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I've looked at like the armory mod, but I didn't really get into it too much. Cataphract? Yeah, I plan on making the Cataphract at some point. I'll totally do that. The Enforcer? Yeah. Definitely not the Strider. I don't think I'm going to do the Strider. Probably no Strider, no Iceworm. Unless you want me to make like a mini model that some lunatic can upscale if they want. Because if I made an in-scale version of the Iceworm, I'm pretty sure it would be as wide as my desk. Would it be possible to commission you to print just 3 sets of 2 weapons from Armored Core for answer in black plastic and 1/72nd scale? Yeah, I mean, I can do in 1/72nd. Can your printer only do resin? Honestly, resin is better in every way, anyways. I really don't think that you want like smaller stuff like weapons and like weapons. You really don't want them to be in FDM because those layer lines are going to show up real nasty, regardless of how you set it up. I think resin is vastly superior. The only thing that resin does struggle with a little bit is durability. And by durability, I mean like drop durability or like flex durability. But you can get certain resins like ABS like, and then that basically behaves like model plastic, depending on what formula or company you use. But to answer the first part of your question, yeah, I can totally print out some parts and do a commission for pieces for that. When my commissions eventually open up, you can send me a message and I can see if I get something I can work on. I can just barely hear it, but this music sounds like something that would play in like a cute dog video. Dog plays in pool in backyard. There we go. The armory mod is fun, but it's kind of a shotgun approach. It gets kind of messy. Yeah. You like Encore, though. I don't think I've heard of Encore. I'm gonna change this music. Ooh, funky. Hey, I don't think I've heard of Encore. I'll have to check it out. I really like Rubicon's Inferno, but he went kind of nuts with the like the changes and kind of memifying like Rummy and stuff like that. I kind of wish that he had just stuck with the whole like adding tons more enemies, and like the different enemy variants are pretty cool. I do like that. But the changing of bosses, I'm not a fan of that. I wish that he had released a separate version of that mod that was just like, hey, here's all of the kind of lore accurate changes and whatnot of like to like the enemy placement. But I don't like that he changed the character names and the character builds and stuff. I think he should have left those the same. Maybe just give them a little bit more health and a little bit more attitude stability. But I wish that he had made a separate version of that mod that kept it lore accurate. Because I will say the one mission in that that's like really cool is the defend the spaceport, where you meet Raven. And that mission, he basically just added a shit ton of enemies in there. So like the corporate forces you're allied with are actually there, and they're fighting a whole bunch of different PCA stuff. Like there's some HCs, there's some LCs flying around, there's a cataphract, a helicopter. It's absolutely insane. And it's really cool. It's like an actual war zone. Can you print in black resin? I need these weapons to look good unpainted. All my code will be kits are unpainted. Yeah, I mean, I can get black resin. I only ever I only ever print in gray. Just because it's a little bit easier to paint, but I can totally source some black resin. Yeah, they make resin in all kinds of different colors. I usually don't really care what color the resin is, though, because I always paint this stuff. But yeah, I can totally find that. Now it's playing like country or something like that. I do love the armory mod, so badass. Add some bosses and changes to enemy placement, but it's not as crazy hard as Inferno. Yeah, I do kind of wish that the AC6 mod scene was a little bit more, you know? If I had more time and I wasn't constantly working on models, I would consider modding. Because I actually did, I posted a mod on there a long time ago for Armored Core 6, actually. I made kind of like an easy mode mod. And I posted it on there. And I don't know why I made that. Because I think that it's already pretty easy. But, so I already know how to mod the game. At least how to edit the regulation file. I have an editor that I use for that using DS Map Studio. But I just don't have time for that shit. I'd rather focus on the modeling side of the hobby. But I had considered when I played Rubicon's Inferno, I had thought about going into his mod files and reverting a bunch of stuff back to stock, just to kind of keep like the enemy placement and stuff. But I never got around to doing it just because I don't have time. I've got a friend that you guys have probably seen me play with plenty, Vanessa Phoenix. Um, she said that she was considering doing the same because she really liked that mod too, but I don't know if she ever got around to doing it. Life always gets in the way. Let's see. Oh gosh, I missed a lot. Hello, generic Forger 2D. Have you ever experimented with any of the hobby tools from Ray Studio? I have not. Paints are really good, but they source in China, and the duties were ridiculous for a while. No, I've never heard of them. All my Kodo kit weapons, except for the ones that came with Implicit Bleach, are either cast in dark enough plastic or indistinguishable from the black. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I can totally source some black resin. The company that I always buy resin from is Sunlu. I know that they make black resin, and I've used it before. Do you have a price list? I do have a price list. Like I have a whole spreadsheet. I don't think I've shared that with anybody yet though, because I have I eventually, if I ever get big enough, like I'm making enough sales and whatnot, I might make a website on my own, because I'm kind of getting sick of all the fees and stuff that I'm paying with Etsy and eBay. They're kind of kicking my ass with how much they're charging me for listings. I lose like 20 to 30% of everything that I make just because I'm losing, or just because I'm using those platforms. That's why, like, if I always offer that you can order stuff from me via email, because then 100% of it goes straight to me. That's definitely my preferred way of doing it, but it's not the most efficient way of doing it. Not everybody wants to just send a random person an email. I get it. So Etsy and eBay are convenient, but I do have a price list. I can probably share that with you in a bit. What is this music? I wish that I could just put on like the Armored Core soundtracks. That would be perfect if I could just listen to music I want to listen to. But YouTube doesn't allow that because YouTube's no fun. Gotta drop out for now, but I'll be waiting to the finished HC. Yeah, thank you so much for coming by. I appreciate it. Hopefully I'll have them posted soon. Hopefully this won't take me too long. Shopify is easy and cheap. Yeah, I haven't looked into Shopify. My wife keeps suggesting it too, but I just haven't had time to look into it. a shoe designer, but I sell stuff on eBay, Poshmark, and Etsy, and they take a big cut out of every sale. Yeah, you're telling me, man. It sucks how much gets out of it, because Etsy will kind of screw you too, because they do this bullshit where they'll be like, okay, you know, we're gonna charge a 20-cent listing fee for your item. Be like, okay, and you think that'd be one time, right? Nope. They charge you that every single time your item sells, because technically you're relisting it. So they're taking all of these crazy fees on top of that, and then also taking a fee out to relist it. It's kind of an asshole move. And the fees are only going to get worse too. They're just going to keep increasing. On top of that, Etsy especially is not very, well, I mean, eBay isn't either. They're not very seller-sided. They would be much more ready to screw over sellers than they would customers. Because I've had a couple of things happen where I don't know if you've probably seen my listings on Etsy and eBay, how I have descriptions that are basically just warnings. It's all basically just disclaimers and warnings like, hey, do not purchase this if, do not look at this if, know what to expect, because I'm being as honest as I can, but people just don't like to read. And they just don't like to pay attention. They see something and they're like, they have this idea of what it's going to be, and if it's not exactly what they think it's going to be, then they're super pissed off and upset. And I've had issues where I've had to, you know, deal with unruly customers, and it's kind of gross how much eBay and Etsy will side with just incredibly stupid people. Like I had I don't know if you've ever heard me say it on any of my other streams when I'm playing with my other people. I always reference Megan, because there is this extreme Karen that I had to deal with when I first started my shop. I won't say her whole name, but it was Megan something. And she went on one of my shops and she bought my MT kit. And she had thought, I just dropped a bunch of pieces. Hold on, I gotta find this. There it is. She had thought that she was buying a toy for her kid, and I had put in extreme detail in the description. It was like, hey, this is not a toy, this is a model kit. And not only is it a model kit, it's a resin kit, so it's a little bit more intensive. There's going to be a smell to it. They're going to need to be cleaned. They're a little bit more difficult to assemble, blah, blah, blah. Well, she apparently bought it for her child for his birthday, not reading my description, and threw a whole big hissy fit, started claiming that it was dangerous because of the chemicals it was made with, went into a whole thing, took it to Etsy, tried to get my listing removed, like, just like to an extreme level. So that's a horrible experience that, of course, me and a lot of other Etsy sellers have to deal with. And unfortunately, not having your platform back you up kind of sucks. But it's a means to an end, I suppose. Let's see. Last question would be, how possible would it be to get a specific color of resin as one of the weapons I want? Fortune Moonlight, which is very distinct magenta colored blade. That one's kind of hard. Because you can custom mix like clear resin with different pigments to get certain shades, but it's very difficult. And a lot of times after you print something, it'll look nice once it's off the printer, but the second that you put it through the cleaner and you cure it, it kind of changes it. So usually when you get resin, you want to paint it. It usually doesn't look how you think it will after it's been completely cured up and cleaned. Let's see. I gotta check all my stuff because, like I said, I'm expecting someone to come by at some point. 3 heavy cavalries. Yeah. Bought your MT kit, but I didn't clean it before I started painting. I'm in trouble. No, you're not in trouble. Like, admittedly, when I had first started my shop, I wasn't I was cleaning them once and then curing them and putting them in bags and shipping them. My method of getting stuff shipped out is vastly more refined now. I've got some really good cleaners. I do 3 different rounds of cleaning, and then I do water curing. So most of the time when you get parts from me, they're ready to paint. Most of the time. I only have that disclaimer on there because sometimes if you go to touch a part and it feels a little tacky, that might mean that there's still just a little bit of residue on it. Then I'll usually tell you to clean it. But 9 times out of 10, you're good to paint it. You shouldn't be worried about it. It's more of like one of those, like, you'll know when you touch it. It's like, obviously if it's a little tacky, it has some residue on it. And it's a pretty common thing with resin stuff. So I wouldn't worry about it. But if you already painted it, I mean, you're totally fine, man. You'll probably be fine, just some odd bits. Saw the crazy cool mech from game Break Arts. I thought it was inspired by something drew. Oh, okay. Yeah, man. Besides the hips, good luck. Yeah. I'm sanding my deck right now, so not exactly the most fun. That doesn't sound like fun. What is this music? Good lord. All right, this music sucks. I'm gonna have to find some music real quick. Let me see if I can just pull up my YouTube studio. I'll just go straight to my sounds. Okay, let's see. Let's see if any of these songs are any good. That's not bad. Oh, here, I can show you this. This is how I've been getting my reference images. Let me switch over. So, check this out. So I have this build of, I mean, this is basically just the regular game. But what I have is there's this really cool tool that you can get. I found it. I think it was posted on Reddit or whatnot. It's just called Armored Core 6 Tools by Ghost in the Camera. This is a free cam mod that basically injects a DLL into the game. Have it in offline mode, by the way, if you do this. But basically, it just injects this DLL into the game, and it allows you to use the controller to kind of control the AC, and then you can separately use the keyboard to control a free cam. And it's a really good way to like freeze frame on enemies and stuff. And I've been using this for when I model stuff too. I'll wait until they fly into like a certain pose, and then I'll just kind of freeze frame it. But check this out. So I have this, and then I'm also using this fling trainer to kind of activate invincibility so that I can just kind of chill and just kind of let the enemies attack me so I can get good references. But check this out. This is really cool. This is also probably a good way for people to like record YouTube videos and stuff. But if I exit out of here, so see, he's flying around. And if I just press delete, I can turn off the HUD, and then if I hit insert, it'll activate FreeCam. Then I can hit tab to move independently. And then I can basically just come over to him, and I can get really nice stills and whatnot. And we'll go into slow-mo mode. So you can see. So this is a really cool tool. See, I'll freeze frame here, so then I can come in here and I want to see, so like for the feet, I want to see the coloration that I need. But this tool is like really freaking cool. It's called Ghost in the Camera. You can find it on his GitHub. But Yeah, so I want a freeze frame of that. So now, okay, I can't, here we go. Trying to get back to, the one thing is that getting out of this is kind of a pain in the butt. Let's see, so let's transition back to that. So that's what I'm doing in the background. I have that on my other screen here while I'm streaming, so that I can have that as my references. So okay, so we need this little part here needs to be gray, or that lighter gray. I'm gonna need to thin this paint. It's getting a little hard to work with. Oh well, I can live with a roughly pink magenta moonlight. Yeah, there's certain resins that you can get. I mean, if you really want me to paint something, or like print something in a certain color, I mean, feel free to, like, if you do end up doing a commission with me, just check out some Amazon listings or whatnot, and if you see a certain color of resin that you would like me to use, just let me know, and I can just include that in the cost of the commission. Alright. Oh man, I went and touched this part while I had paint on my finger. Oh well. Just have to repaint that little piece. So many pieces to paint. Right. My estimate of being through like half of these parts in the first hour was false. I should have known though. How much? I mean, what? How much for the HC I'm painting right now? Haven't really decided yet. Probably be around the same price as Ibis, but that's just for the base model. The separate parts for like the laser rifle, the laser sword, shields and whatnot, those will all be separate item prices so that you can customize however you want. But they'll probably be in the same price range as like what I do for my AC parts for like those weapons. So it's not going to break the bank. It should be you know, pretty I don't want to say cheap, but you know, pretty fair. It's going to be a fair price. Seeing how you're competing with an $80 USD eBay listing for an injection molded version, I think we can get pretty crazy with this commission before Kodo's version is cheaper. Yeah. Wait, are you saying that like somebody on eBay is selling just like a Kodo piece for like 80 bucks? What is it, from like a limited model? I don't have any of the Kotobukiya kits. I've never built any of them, but I know that they're a little on the pricey side. I mean, hell, I mean, even the Bandai's 30-minute mission stuff is pricey too. I mean, I think that the Steel Haze kit is still in like 50, 60 bucks right now. If last time I checked. Because Bandai doesn't know how to reprint stuff. 80 USD for just the right hand Moonlight with no open version or blade? Jesus, that's crazy. I must be making people real mad with how cheap my stuff is then. Because I'm selling rifles and everything for like $3. Because like I'm gonna be honest with you guys, like you know, 3D printing stuff is cheap. It really is. I'm basically everything that I have and everything that I'm selling, basically I'm taking the cost of which I'm taking the cost of how much it takes me to actually print it in like materials and electricity and stuff. And then basically what I do is just whatever it costs, I just multiply that by 2. So then it pays off the materials and I just make just a little bit of money based on the time that it took me to craft it. That's it. So people that are charging like $80 for just a rifle, that's I mean, I get it. It's their work. They can do what they want with it. But I'm not trying to get rich off of plastic, you know? Don't get me wrong, I would love to. But at the end of the day, this is still a hobby to me. And I also feel like if you're charging that, like that amount for something as simple as just like an accessory, that's there's a certain level of expectation that you need to have. Like that's nuts. Like it doesn't matter how much praise that I get for the stuff that I make. I always feel I never feel like anything that I make is worth that amount. Like I'm just a guy. I'm not a professional. I'll probably never consider myself a professional. So I can't justify like being like, "Hey, this piece right here, 90 bucks." I could never do that. It's a part pack that includes 4 weapons total, but only the Moonlight is notable, so basically it's just an $80 Moonlight, and that's the cheapest listing. Jeez. Gosh, what do we have next? There's so many pieces. Let's see. Let me go back into my reference. Alright, let's see. Get out of the corner! Dumbass is stuck in the corner. There we go. Alright. I want to see what the mount on the shield looks like. It all kind of looks like the same color. So maybe just the hand. Oops, zoomed in too much. let's see. I need the kind of like little frills on the thighs need to be painted. Hey, you know what? Let's start from the legs up. Let's just start down there. That'll make it a little easier. Alright, let's set those aside. Let me clear up my paint here because I'm going to change colors now. The person that I'm expecting to come by should be here like any minute now, so I might have to put my stream into the coming back soon at any moment now, so just a word of warning. I won't be gone long though, just a little bit. Okay, so we're going to start from the feet up, so let's get all the foot parts over here. These are for the feet. What else we got here that was for the feet? These parts, these are little heel pieces. I need all of these. And was that it? I think I already had all of the other foot parts that were done. Oh, that's right. I moved these over here and I was not actually done with these. I wanted to paint the lower part here with the thrusters. I wanted to paint those kind of metallic. Okay, so let's do this. And yeah, I'm gonna get a different brush with a little bit better, a little bit more sharp. Okay, was that my guy? Okay. Alright, got a brand new brush. Brand spanking new brush. So now we can get some fine pinpoint painting. So this little vent here that's in this foot, I want to paint this metallic. I think I'm going to do that with like all of the thruster parts. Just paint them kind of like a metallic color to make them stand out. And then I'll switch over to my other paintbrush when I get to like the messy painting. And then that. I don't know if you can actually see it or not, but I like the way that looks. Yes, sir. If you follow me on Facebook or Instagram or whatever, then you already know that I used to do cosplay. My most recent thing was I cosplayed Halo. I had Spartan armor, but I have kind of gotten out of that, and my wife has made me. I mean, we gotta make room, because I just don't really have the space to store all my cosplay stuff. So I'm selling a bunch of my my props. I had a whole bunch of Halo rifle and pistol and alien weapon props. So I am selling all of those. So I've got somebody that's going to come by and take a look at them real quick. I don't know if I'm going to get back into cosplay or not. I really enjoyed going to conventions. But with what I'm doing now with the modeling and whatnot, I just don't really have the time. And my wife has a different job now that is very... It's very much a time suck. So whenever she's home, the only thing that she wants to do is hang out, and really all that we do, we just kind of watch anime all the time. But that's pretty much all that we got time for now. So cosplay is just kind of gotta go, unfortunately. Maybe I'll have time to get back into it at some point. There we go. One more of these feet parts, or at least for the base foot. Oh, my hands are getting shaky. I'm gonna have to eat something soon. Dang it, artists. What is it with us? Why do we tend to destroy our backs slouching like this and then not eating anything? Seems like it's a pretty universal thing with people that build models and do stuff on computers and whatnot, gamers. Why do we do this to ourselves? Because I'm realizing now that I never ate anything when I woke up. I just kind of woke up, grabbed some coffee, and started painting. Probably not healthy. Alright, I'm going to paint these two little pieces here, and then I'm going to have to put you guys on hold for a little bit. I'll let the music keep playing, because I will be back. Okay. So let me get my paints put up for just a minute. Make sure my brushes don't get all dried out. Whoa. I think I just broke my brush. Well, never had that happen before. My brush just snapped. whole, whole head of the brush just snapped off. Okay, well. Back up. Cheap old Hobby Lobby paintbrushes. Okay, y'all. I'm going to put this over to a taking a break screen. I will let this, I'll let the stream keep playing, or I'll let it keep playing some music, and I will be back in maybe 15 minutes. But I will return. Let's see. All right, I will be right back, you guys. All right, I am back. Oh, now both of my cats are all over me. You guys need to go away. Or at least find somewhere to be comfortable. What? What do you want? What? Alright, let's get back to work. No, you can't be on my lap. You cannot be on my lap. Cat. Alright. I need you guys to go. Go on. Alright. Let's get everything popped back on. Alright, we were working on the feet. The boosters. That's right. I needed to kind of make the little attachment point there, that gray color. And then I need the boosters to be the metallic color. I think that's what I was doing. Or no, I was just painting them gray. Okay, so those are just gray. So I need my... I was using German gray. I really like the look of German gray. It's this color. It's like a nice joint color. I love that. Ooh, we got a lot of orange light over here. I think that's from the sun. Let's see. Mix up some of this. Do 2 drops of thinner. That should be plenty. Right. Okay. So this little thruster bit here. Oops, I missed a spot. That's good. We'll slowly but surely start clearing off this table more and more. Man, I'm getting hungry. Oh, man. That's the thing about painting multiple models at once is you gotta do the same thing over and over and over again. Like people that do army builds. I just get bored. Oh man. So many of these little heel pieces. Okay. Dang it, I keep getting cat hair stuck in my paintbrush. It's a bit humid in here. So it's like hair just sticks to everything. Okay, so that's all of the feet parts, so maybe we'll do the hands. So all of these plates need gray, I know that much. These are the handles. All of these need it. Those just need a little bit of black, I believe. I think that's all the hands. Yeah, I don't feel any more up there. I can't see past it. Let's see. So let's get the gray done. Just for these plates. Oof, there's not much to hold on to on this part. There we go. Oh man, unfortunately I've got it in, I'm holding it in a way that it makes it hard to place. Ugh, there we go. I can hear my cats misbehaving. Heard a whole bunch of stuff just fall down. And now the ducks are screaming. Okay. Animals, man. Nothing more dangerous than a bored cat. That's a lot of pieces. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot. I will say though that I'm painting 3 of them, so I'm painting 3 of them at once. So it's a lot more than what it normally would be, and I've actually made it through quite a bit of pieces. I do have a whole nother bag of parts I need to work on painting that is next to me. But yes, it is. It is a lot of pieces. An RG sized kit. I mean, you're not far off. I mean, there's quite a bit of pieces. Cat, creature of mayhem. Yeah. 100%. Yeah, the reason there's so many pieces is because I'm painting all 3 variants right now. So there is a lot of shit here on my desk. I'm gonna go ahead and just get these parts out of the way since I have this gray mixed. Just because I know exactly what needs to be painted on them. Right, that's out of the way. Besides the parts that are printed, what other tools like glue or pins do you need to construct this? Get yourself some of these. That's it. Paper clips. That's all you need. Paper clips, glue, paint, hobby knife. That's all you need. If you don't feel like using paper clips, you can get this stuff. Get in frame. I get this. It is 19 gauge, 1mm steel wire. It's perfect for joints. That's it. Everything else is included. You're also going to get these. I haven't shown these off, but these are the big effect parts for the shields. This is the one for the octagonal lance, and this is the one for the big shield basher. And then I've got over here, here's the big lance, and then the big blades. There's a Moonlight weapon in AC6. Forgot there was. Yes, there is. There's two actually. There's the Red Shift, and then there's the regular Moonlight. And you can fix your fence with it? Yes. It's like the stuff that modelers will use for dioramas and stuff. I saw a post that made me laugh. People that do like 40K miniatures. So somebody was like, "Ah, yes, 40." What is this song? The hell? I'm good. Skip that one. Anyways, I saw this guy. He was like, "Ah, yes, 40K miniature painters will take rocks from outside, glue them to bases, and then paint them like rocks." Like, accurate. Is the glue to keep pieces together, or is the glue to glue joints in place? I mean, either. I do both. When I find the pose that I want for my kits, I just glue them in place with the joints. But it's mainly just for actually gluing the different pieces together. Alright, got those out of the way. What else we got here? New and improved rocks, yeah. 3D printing makes having nice shape and paint real easy. Yeah, I'm afraid to ever get into painting miniatures, because I have a little like 3D printing kind of like side thing that I have where I'll print miniatures and stuff for people if they ask. And I'm constantly getting people that want me to print 40K proxies. And some of the stuff that I've had to print just makes me want to get into it. Like, that's dangerous because I already have too many hobbies and not nearly enough time. Because I do actually quite like 40K. I want to get a statue for all the Primarchs. Maybe print some Tyranids or something. Is it required to glue parts together, or is it like the official kits where it's push to fit? It's mostly push to fit. Some of the parts might be a little bit loose, just because, like I said, they're toleranced for paint. So without paint, that might be a little bit loose. But most of it you can just pop together. Right. What else can I do just to get rid of some of this gray paint? Let's see. So those don't need gray. I don't know about those. Anything I'm looking at? What the hell? Okay. All right, what you got? Time to get an unpainted intern. Friend got me into painting 40K minis. I have a Malaga. What is with this music? There we go. Marnius Calgar. Okay. I'm pumping 30K Mark II figures and like no tomorrow since I haven't given per. Yeah, I really like the Heresy era stuff. That's probably some of those. That's probably what I would end up. Man, this music sucks. That's probably what I would end up doing if I were to get into making minis. Is I'd probably do some Heresy era stuff. And painting this gray on this black is very hard to see. Once I top coat it though, usually the color separation becomes a lot more evident. Hell, also, because I'm trying not to blind the camera too much, I have my lights turned down quite a lot, so I can't see the greatest. YouTube claims that these songs are from their audio library, so I swear if any of them get copyright claimed, I'm gonna be a little upset. We've made a dent. Made a dent in these parts. Is that for all your kits, or some of your kits need glue or it won't work? For my older kits, like some of the older stuff that I have, some of those have glue required, but my newer ones are usually pretty snap fit. Okay, I think I'm good to get this out. Trusting YouTube in 2025, right? I've tried 4 different DMCA free playlists for my streams, and every single one of them has had at least one claim. And I don't feel like fighting those claims, so I usually just end up muting the sections in the video. But it's annoying. More like quitting YouTube content creation in 25. Yeah, I've already just I've tried so hard to get this channel monetized that at this point I just want my shit monetized a little bit, because I'm gonna be honest, the only reason I'm even doing YouTube is because I want to be able to write off all of my hobby stuff. Because if I just make videos on anything I get for my hobby, if my YouTube is monetized, then guess what? It's a tax write-off. So I collect Transformers and I do model kits and stuff, so I want to be able to write that off. Making a dent, it's called making the model battle tested. Alright, I need black. It's here somewhere. Here it is. Black. Some more tissue paper. these hand plates. There's one. Quitting YouTube, I'm actually talking about myself. Yeah, YouTube can be a little frustrating, for sure. It took me absolutely forever just to get to the basic monetization guidelines on YouTube. Because I kind of screwed myself over. I had a whole bunch of watch time that was on streams, and I was really close to hitting that next tier. And I removed those streams, but I didn't realize that it was going to remove all that watch time, and it reset me quite a bit. But it's funny, I've got a decent amount of subscribers, but because I make short videos that are like reviews and whatnot, I don't get all that much watch time from them. That's fine. I don't like that YouTube puts ads on my videos, because like I'm not getting anything from that. Kind of gross. Because yeah, any ads that you see on my videos are not ads that I put there. Those are ads that YouTube has put there. I don't get any of that ad revenue. Living and dying by the algorithm is tiresome. Yeah, I don't really expect to ever actually make real money off of YouTube. Like, I don't honestly care about that. I just want to be able to add another expense to my business. It's just more that I can write off at the end of the year, so I don't have to pay more at the time the tax man comes to collect. Because then the hundreds of dollars that I spend on figures and model kits and stuff every year, all that becomes a business expense. So IBIS is no glue required, just pins and push to fit. Somewhat. I will say that glue makes it easier. I wouldn't say it's required, but it definitely makes it easier. Also, I don't know why I'm putting the hands over there. They're done. Put them over on my done table. They don't need any more paint. Lots of hand options. Was that all? Yeah, just this one left. Yeah, I still need to make a video on my new weapon kit that I just released. Got all the parts ready, I haven't had time to record a video. It's also hard to be able to because these ducks in my house making all this noise. They're kind of close over to where my recording area is, so they're just cheeping all the time. Maybe if I put a blanket over them, maybe they'll go to sleep for a little bit and I'll be able to record. Okay, so these shield mounts, I think the Arquebus HC has, that one is different colored. Here, I'll do these real quick, just because I already have this black. I might as well just go ahead and paint this part. Darn cat hairs. Right, there's one. Send them to the painting pit, finish the trim, no cat food. I was gonna paint the insides of these little missile hatches, but I don't think I will. I think they actually look better in gray. Now that I'm looking at it. Need to thin this a little bit. This black paint's getting a little hard to mess with. Okay, what else can I paint black real quick? Anything that stands out that I know I have to paint black? I don't think so. Alright, well, let's consult the reference. I almost knocked over all of my paint over there. Let's see. Alright, let's see. Alright, let's see what we got. Let's go down to the lower legs. Looks like okay. So the calves need quite a bit. They've got quite a bit going on there. Let's see. Got a little bit of gunmetal, like some little mini verniers there that need to get painted there. There's some black that's on the inside of those little fins. Some black there with some orange. Is that orange or is that red? I'd say that's more red, I think. Okay, so black with a little bit of red. Okay. Got it. So those parts, that part. But there's one spot here I want to check up on. What is that? Oops, too much. Gray? I think that's gray. Okay, we'll do that. Okay, so we'll do this trim around here has to be black. This little section here has to be black, so we'll do that. Perfect. I'll just do that for each one of these. Right. Yeah, I really like this color that I was able to make for the HC, or for the HC, duh, they're all HCs. For the Arquebus HC, I basically took some olive gray and I mixed a little bit of just regular old black and then some smoke. And I put a tiny little bit of German gray in it. and it came out with this real nice kind of brownish gray, um, which pretty much exactly matches what the Archivist HC is in game. It's pretty close. But I'm pretty happy with how it came out. Painting these tiny little details. Try my absolute best not to paint outside those lines. Okay, so now these fins here need to be black. Okay. Unfortunately, this light blue paint here is Rust-Oleum enamel. So this acrylic paint that I'm putting on here is not liking it. It's going on and it's sticking, but it's just not liking it. It's not sliding very nicely. I had this spray paint, and I really hate using spray paint. I prefer to airbrush because it just looks better. But I had this paint, and it looked pretty damn close to what I wanted it, so I just figured, whatever, I'll use it. And of course I'm regretting it. Should have just mixed it in the airbrush. But whatever, we'll deal with it. Ooh. I do this thing whenever I paint like really crisp lines where I just hold my breath. And when I do that enough, I start to get like kind of dizzy a little bit, and I'm like, what the fuck? Breathe. What are you doing? Okay. Trying to get these pain in the butt parts out of the way first with this enamel paint, because I know the other parts will be much easier. Ah, I'm cocking my head to the side. It's killing my neck. Stop doing that. Ugh. Okay, just need to do the thicker paint on those. Alright, let's do these now. And yeah, paint goes on way easier on this. I mean, I'd be surprised if it didn't. It's acrylic on acrylic, so. Much smoother. Oh man, okie dokie, come on. I'm gonna have to snack on something soon. My hands are getting pretty shaky. Oh man, I just fumbled it in my hand and put my thumb right into the paint. Luckily I didn't make a mess, I don't think. Nah, we're good. That's what I'm talking about. My hands are getting shaky. I'm starting to fumble stuff. I'm gonna toss some Oreo in my mouth real quick. Hungry. I'm gonna mute myself for a minute. I'm just gonna sit here and munch on some food while I paint. I just don't want you guys to hear all the crunching. How's it going, Mr. Poole? Sorry I was muted because I was eating some cookies. I didn't want to hear, or I didn't want y'all to hear all of my crunching while I refuel. Do resin joints hold up when you do a lot of articulation and posing instead of just using it for display? Not really. They definitely wear out pretty fast. It wears out way faster than plastic does. Um, there is, um, what is going on here? There is a type of resin that you can get that holds up a little bit better, but you know that it's definitely not intended for that purpose of like play. almost got all the edges painted on those fins. Let me get some more paint. What about ABS? I mean, kind of the same thing. I don't really know because I haven't like stress tested resin at all. So I can't really, you know, answer with 100% honesty. But from what I've seen, the more that you mess with stuff, it'll just over time it'll flake and it'll end up loosening. But I mean, then again, it's not that difficult to just get it tightened up again. Just use a little bit of cement or some kiki, or if you already have resin on hand, then just use a little bit of extra resin and use a UV flashlight. You can tighten up joints pretty easily. But as far as like how well it'll hold up over time, I'm not 100% sure because like I said, I don't really mess with my stuff. I just kind of find how I want to have it set and then I glue it in that pose. And then the only time it ever gets moved is when I record videos or when I need to show them off in pictures. To achieve more Gunpla-like model within reason. Thank you for the insight. Yeah, I mean, you can probably print this entire thing in like a sturdier resin because I'm sure there are resins out there, man. The resin that I use Sunlu just because it's cheap and it, you know, it's efficient enough that it gets the job done. But it's not like brittle like some of the other resins that I've messed with. So if you want to print it in like what is there's another type of resin that's really common for like it's like an engineering resin. That stuff would probably work pretty well, but you just have to do your research. There's so many different resins on the market that I truthfully I can't give you an answer as to what would be best for what you want to achieve. But I can almost guarantee you that there is a material out there. You just have to find it. Because at this point, resin printing has been around for long enough that we're pretty well established, I think. Like there's going to be tons of different options, tons of different brands. Man, painting these little fins on these legs were a lot more intricate than I thought they were. I think it's just because I'm painting 8 of them. Or not 8 of them, 6 of them at once. So, it just feels like I've been on these things forever. Okay, there's one. Oh, I got the sniffles. There's been a lot of pollen here lately, so it hasn't really been getting me too bad, but my wife has been getting pretty bad with the allergies. Hasn't hit me yet, but I know that it will at some point. There we go. There's the fins on the one with that pain in the ass color. Got that out of the way. Let's see. Using carbon fiber reinforced resin as company, which would be wild for model kit. That would be freaking nuts. Carbon fiber reinforced. That is overkill. Model kit made for play for an elephant. Tamiya paints are great for the Armored Core machines. They're alright. I just like... I don't really care for Tamiya. Like, I don't like the way their paint mixes. Like, sure, if you want to use just the, like the colors just straight out of the bottle, they're okay. But they don't mix correctly. Like, the pigments are kind of, like, weird. If you're following the, like, color guides, because I think that, a lot of Bandai's models, you have to translate them to English, but when you get over to the painting guides that are usually on the backs of the instructions, the percentages that they give you for each color type, it doesn't work with Tamiya because a lot of their paints have like a bluish hue to them regardless of what color they are. So it kind of, they don't want to mix correctly. So I kind of stopped using Tamiya. So I just have some random Tamiya paints that I'm trying to use up. But I definitely like Vallejo more. Vallejo and Mr. Color are. Or Mr. Hobby or whatever they're called. I like using their paints. It's a little more expensive than Tamiya, but I think that the quality is worth it. The one thing I will say about Tamiya though is their paint works really well in airbrushes. It atomizes really nicely. Nice Gundam. Was the designer for the HCs? I don't know who the mech designer was for the HCs. He might have worked on Gundam stuff because I know that a lot of the other designers that are in AC6 also worked on some of the Gundam animes. There's heavy inspiration for sure. Ran out of paint again. I'm gonna have to pick up some more of this paint. I'm running out. What was I doing? Oh, wrong paintbrush. Need this one. You ever get lost in thought and just forget where you are for a second? That's me like 2 or 3 times a day at least. Insomnia will do that to you. I wonder how much shorter my life is because of how much sleep I've lost. You seen that? The case studies about sleep deprivation and how it affects your lifespan. I read those and I was like, damn, I'm fucked. Sleeping is for the weak. Who wants to live that long? You fall asleep reading those? What do you mean? I hardly sleep at all, that's what I'm saying. I'll be lucky if I get 2 or 3 hours of sleep a night. And then usually I have one day where I just crash and I sleep for like 12 hours. That was today. I woke up really late today. reading studies always makes you dizzy. I don't know, like sitting and reading just walls of text, I can see how that would do it to you. But then again, it's funny because if you're not super interested in it, you can just, it can actually kind of help to get tired. But like when I get lost in something, like I just watched a new anime or something like that, or I'm interested in a new video game, or I'm reading about something I genuinely want to know about, a wall of text does nothing for me. I'll sit there and I'll read the entire thing. Click on every sub-article and whatnot. Like, that's what I do with like 40k stuff. Because there's still so much shit that I don't know about Warhammer. So it's like sometimes I'll just go on the wiki and I'll just get lost for hours. It'll just make it worse. Make it hard to sleep. Okay, so that's all the black done on those. Ooh, I feel a sneeze coming. Whew, that was a perfectly timed mute. I muted just in time to save you. Ugh. Man. Okay, so, I'm trying to keep it to just the legs, so let's see what the thighs, what the coloration of those is. There, maybe, there we go, there's a good freeze frame. Okay, so the thighs. That looks, those little buckle pieces. No, those are the same base color. Alright, so do I need any black color on these thighs? Not that I haven't already painted. Alright, so let's move up to the skirts. Okay, so it looks like the ends of these fins, they need that black. What about the back of the waist? Hard to tell from this lighting. Let's let him move a little more. Oops. There we go. Alright, let's see. What colors your butt need to be? Alright, there's definitely some black up there. Okay, so I need some black on those. Let's see. And then the fins. And let's see. The bottom of the crotch, oops, too far. The bottom of the crotch needs some black as well. Okay. I think that'll be alright. Professional mute. Yeah, I barely made it. I quickly dropped my paintbrush and went over it, and I hit mute as fast as I could. Alright, so let's get this here. So I saw there was some black on this part. What the hell? Hold on a second, y'all. I'll be right back. Amazon dropping off packages for my wife. Heard somebody talking by my window and I went, what the hell? Ah, dropping stuff. Man, it sucks. Today I've really locked in on doing this painting because you know what I really want to do right now? I really want to play some more Armored Core 2. I've been wanting to for a few days now. I've been having a lot of fun streaming that. But I gotta get work done. I'm surprised by how much fun I've been having with that game. Something about Armored Core. Don't know what it is. Man, I'm excited to have these things painted up. Sitting on my shelf. I really like the design of the HC. Honestly, all of the PCA machines look just freaking wicked. I'm excited to eventually make the Ectromoy. I really like the Ectromoy's design. Whenever I eventually get the opportunity to do so, would love to make that. Gotta clear off my brush again. Getting gunked up. There we go. over there because it needs some more paint afterwards. Right, there's all those. Now the crotch part. Alright, those parts are actually done. They don't need any more paint past that. Ooh, man, something really pissed off the ducks. I bet my cats are probably over there terrorizing them. Dumbass cats. I don't know if you guys can hear the squeaking or not. Pretty loud to me, but I have my mic volume pretty refined, so I don't know if it's picking up that noise. I hope it isn't. Okay. So now we just have... Let's get all these fins. Lots and lots of fins. This song sounds like something out of Atomic Heart. I don't know if you guys have ever played that game. Seems like there's kind of like a hate-love thing with the internet and Atomic Heart for some reason. I think it has to do because they're Russian developers. But I really like that game. Music and atmosphere is pretty damn good. Combat's decent. It's kind of Bioshocky. Story isn't too bad. It's a little, you know, gimmicky at times, but I don't think it's a bad game. But the soundtrack is pretty good. Oh no, I can hear my cat zooming. Oh, she's zooming hard, I can hear it. Oh, it's only a matter of time before she sprints in here and messes something up. That is true. Man, this Rust-Oleum paint just does not like this acrylic. Gonna have to do another coat, probably. I hate paint, or spray paint. I do not like it. The only exception is spray top coat. Spray paint top coat. I use Krylon, Krylon Color Max for my top coat. It's my top coat of choice. For some reason, I just think that it looks better than any other top coat that I've ever tried. And for some reason, it seems to kind of bring out the colors. Don't know why. But it is my top coat of preference. Otherwise, I'll sit here and bash on spray paints all day. Okay. There we go. See, paint always goes on so evenly on anything that I airbrush. But spray paint, man. Doesn't matter what spray paint I use. Like, having to hand paint anything on top of it, it's just kind of a nightmare. Airbrush all the way. One thing I will say about airbrushing though is it's a bear to get set up and clean up after, and I will say that for ease of use, spray paint has got it. You shake it and you spray. That's it. But for airbrush, I mean, you gotta mix the paint, you gotta have the right amount of thinner, you gotta make sure that your the needle in your brush is properly set. Then when you do color changes, you gotta make sure that you're doing it correctly, among many, 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 many other things that make airbrushing a little bit of a nightmare. and very time consuming, but the result is worth it. Some people get a little too crazy into airbrushing though. Like they just straight up won't hand paint at all. They'll only airbrush, and I see people like masking off miniatures with like silly putty and stuff. And I'm like, man, just hand paint it. Because if you're hand painting correctly, your brush strokes, if they are visible, they'll disappear the second that you top coat it anyways. Unless your paint is too thick, then they'll still show up. That's why I never made the jump to airbrush. I mean, yeah, it kind of sucks to, get moving and cleaning up. Honestly, the cleanup is worse than the preparation. But I don't know, I think the quality is much better though. It's also cheaper too, because you can get a decent airbrush. I mean, the airbrush I'm using is just some airbrush set I got on Amazon for like 60 bucks. And I've been using it for years. But I've probably saved just an ass load of money just on paint. Just because when you're airbrushing, half of what you're spraying is thinner. Sometimes 75% of what you're spraying is thinner. And then the paint mixture. And you can really turn any paint into airbrush paint. Almost anything. It just has to be thinned enough. So like this tiny little bottle of paint right here, I can probably paint 20 models with that if I thin it. While hand painting takes up quite a bit more because it's not as thinned. But yeah, as opposed to a spray paint can that just wastes a ton. Paint strokes are great for adding texture. I agree. It's really good for weathering too. Okay, let's see. So I still have some black. I know what I gotta do. I gotta paint these. Need more room. So many pieces. But hey, there's less pieces on that table than when we started. There's just unfortunately a lot of parts that need multiple colors. So it's taken me a while to get through. There's a lot of parts. Is it one of your kits? Yeah, it's 3 of my kits actually. I'm painting 3 of my new HC kits. These are gonna be put up on Etsy and eBay and stuff after I am able to paint my copies, so that I can take some good pictures of them. But I just released the 3 print files for these today on Patreon. So normally it wouldn't be this many pieces. I'm just a fool, and I am painting 3 of them at once. Cat, what are you up to? I can hear you destroying something. I'm gonna have to go check on this cat, see what the hell it's doing. Ugh. I don't know how long I've been going, but I'm getting a little stir crazy now. OBS says 4 hours on the dot. I don't think I've actually been streaming that long. I think I've just had OBS open that long. Probably close to 4 hours, though. Right. I need to do multiple coats because it's this stupid Rust-Oleum. Ah, I hate spray paint. I shouldn't have used it. I should have just airbrushed it. I gotta use up that paint though. I've got a box full of spray paints that I've just been slowly trying to get rid of. Cause I'm one of those. I don't hoard, but I hang on to things that I think might be useful at some point. And I have a lot of spray paint left over from when I was cosplaying. So, because I had some big pieces that I needed to paint, and I can't exactly airbrush those. So I just have a whole bunch of spray paint left over. Ugh. Looking forward to see how it turns out. I already bought one of your Ibis kits, and there's still so many cool McCormick's that I don't have models yet. Yeah, man. Same here, dude. I plan on making everything because I am obsessive. Obsessive to a fault. So I'm going nuts. I'll keep making this stuff. But yeah, HC will hopefully be available pretty soon. Which, by the way, if any of you guys are 3D printers and you make my stuff, please share it with me. I love to see it when people make my stuff. It makes me quite happy. So if you are making or have made, please share. If you post it on socials, you know, tag me in it. I want to see it. I will never get tired of seeing what you guys make. Right. We're making some progress. Slowly but surely. Oh man, should probably check my phone. I haven't looked at my phone in like 4 hours. Make sure people aren't looking for me or anything. I'm so bad at that. I know that it drives people nuts. I'm terrible about not looking at my phone. I am indeed one of those assholes. Okay, alright, what's next? So that was all of the waist section parts, I think. I still have quite a bit of black left over. let's see. Let's pop back over here. Get him to move off of this wall. Get off of the wall. Maybe now. That's okay. I can kind of see. All right, so let's see with the arms. The wrists are black. Right below the elbows are also black. What about that little forearm bump there? I think those are black too. All right. So, here are the upper arms. Here are all of the forearms. I'm gonna need to rearrange a little bit. I need to make more room. But you can see how much I've cleaned up here. I've actually done quite a lot today. This thing was full of parts. Do the forearms first. Okay. We'll do the lower edge of these upper arms now. Eventually I'll move on to a different color. So time consuming. Okay. Clean my brush real quick. All right. Use up the rest of this black, and then I will move on to a different color, just so I don't go insane. I want to get some of these parts off of this desk. Feel quite crowded. Okay. All right, different color, so I don't lose my mind. Take a drink too. All right. So, what else I needed for these? I think I needed some metallic. I need some of that. Ooh. Timia bottles are always hard to open. There we go. Okay, so let's get that. Heck yeah, that looks good. Huh. Now, do I want to... Yeah, I'll outline the little thrusters. Or you know what? Nah, I won't. I won't outline the thrusters. I don't think it's going to be noticeable enough. Alright, so there are those. Let's get this. It's a very minute little thing, but having little metallic details here and there always look good in my opinion. Did, however, just realize I just entirely missed a spot on this part. There, fixed. All right. Alright, so all that leaves for the lower legs is just the bright blue and that red. And then all those lower leg parts will be done, I think. Let's go ahead and get the red. This darn bottle always clogs. Get my handy dandy needle. That'll do. That should be enough. All right. Just that tiny little red light. There we go. So now I just need the blue on the back of those thrusters. Yeah, there's all that red. Now for the blue. I gotta think what I want to do for this blue. Should I have it be like... I can do it in like a light blue, but in game it looks more... I think that it looks more like actual blue. Instead of being like a sky blue, I think it's like actual blue. Yeah, I think that looks more like a deeper blue than anything on those thrusters. All right. Let's see. Let's do maybe that blue. I think that looks. Think that looks right. This is acrylic. Okay. Had to make sure it wasn't enamel. That should look pretty good, I think. All right. Let's see. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. There we go. Alright, so that is one calf done. So now we can finally get these guys off the table. I'm getting there. Okay. So, let's see. Other stuff I was doing for the lower half. Alright, so now I'm going to move on to the waist section and getting all of these done. Now that I have... Oh, nope, not the waist yet. I need to do the upper legs still. Okay, so... Or you know what? Yeah, we can get these out of the way. Got all these... All of those panels. I need to check and see what colors they need now. I think that all that these need is a little bit of gray, and then those parts can go away. Let's see. Oh, went in for a shield bash. Come on. Do something different. I'm trying to get him to not have all this glowing stuff. There we go. So he's, the color is a little bit more accurate. Okay, so upper legs. Okay, I think I know. Yeah, the waist section just needs a little bit of gray. I forgot that I need these little side joint parts. So I'm getting those now. Little blue lights in there. So it looks like I just have to paint the little fins that are on the side parts. Okay, I think I know what I gotta do. Alright. So let's get these gray parts out of the way so they're not taking up space. You know what? I'm gonna use my other mix I had of this gray, so I don't have to thin it too much. Ooh, actually, that might be a little too thin now. Think about it. I could try. Oh, it's not too bad. do it for that waist part. Move on to the next one. Hello, cat. What can I do for you? Yeah, I think this one's a little too thin. I'm gonna put a little bit more thickened up paint in there. Maybe that'll even it out. There we go. A little too thin. Okay, there's another one done. Okay, almost there. There we go. There's all the waist, or the butt plate parts done. Okay, so let's get these little, oops, drop my paintbrush. This little ring part around this black bit needs to be painted. There we go, like that. And I think I just need to paint the little black lights on that. Or not the black lights, the red lights, I meant to say. Go. go. One more. There we go. Ugh, stretch. Ah, arms. Okay, so I didn't actually check to see what, damn it. Alright. Let's see. What did it need for the upper skirt area? Okay, so those side panels are definitely gray. I think that's it. Just some gray side panels and maybe those little vents. And that should do it for the front skirts, I think. So let's get the front skirts over here now. Alright. So just a little bit of gray, and then I'll do some metallic for the insides of those vents. And I gotta give it to the YouTube audio library. This playlist has actually been pretty decent. I have to use this more often. The only thing it's missing is I wish that there was a shuffle button. Because if I go to play this playlist again, I'm gonna have to probably start it from the beginning. We'll just hear the same songs over and over and over again. Okay. Well, I still have gray. Darn it. I was hoping that would have used all of it. What here needed gray? It wasn't the upper arms. That all needed to be black. Or did it? I think these back little notch things needed to be gray. I'll paint those gray. Just to use up this paint. Just noticed the inside of that has like a little recessed area too. I wonder if I should paint that gray. I'll go ahead and do that just to use up the paint. Paint all this in here. This gray color. Okay. Awesome. Okay. I still have some gray left. Darn. What can I use this on? I don't like wasting paint. Can't use it on the thigh parts because none of that needs gray. Oh, actually, the back parts of the thighs might. I can check that. Let's see. back parts of the thighs. That's actually quite a bit of gray. Okay. So it needs gray kind of wrapped around this whole section back there. Okay. I know what I gotta do. Okay. So, need some gray around. Mix this up. Around this whole part here. Ooh, these inner thigh parts are gonna be kind of a bear to paint. I think that's the basic outline of what needs to be painted in. Just go ahead and paint this whole one so I know what to do on the rest of them. There we go. Oh, almost. I forgot this side. There we go. I think that's right. Again, that'll be a lot more obvious once I put that top coat on. it's playing now. Some kind of... what this music is. Alright. Let's set those aside. We'll switch colors. Just do some metallics, and those will finish off a few of these pieces. And I think I'm going to have to kill the stream soon here, because my wife is on the way home. I want to greet her when she comes home. Okay. Right, let's paint these little metallic bits. Finish up a couple of these little parts, and then I think that we'll call it a stream. Alright. Oops, I didn't do a very good job of cleaning that brush. There we go. Alright. There's one. And another. Right. Okay. There we go. Okay, there's all the front skirts done. I don't think I need anything on those. Ah, the upper arm here, I needed a little bit of metallic on those little vents there. I'll do that real quick. Alright. And then I'm going to get these vents on these parts real quick. And I think that's where we will stop. Right. tired. All right, I think that's gonna do it. Clean up my brush. And we made a dent. Not a very big dent, but we did make a dent. There's just a lot of parts that I had to paint that needed multiple colors. But we made a dent. But yeah, I think that's I'm gonna call it a day there. I'll probably keep painting this off stream. But I don't know. I might do another paint stream tomorrow, maybe. I don't know. Maybe if I feel like it, I might play some Armored Core tomorrow, or some Armored Core 2 tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. Depends on what I feel like doing. But yeah, so we're gonna stop there today. I appreciate it, everybody coming by. Anyone that's still around, thank you for sticking out this long. But yeah, pretty successful. Got a decent amount of work done. I enjoy you guys keeping me company while I work. But thank you for coming by, and yeah, I will see you guys later. Bye, guys. Thank you.